Welcome back to the deluxe experience. And now, something curious. When I started the game, they ask you to input a certain time. Because I'm like, okay, I just input the current time, and it actually gave me a silly little thank you message. And I have no idea what the purpose of it is. Begin game.
This is the...
Skip. Okay. Achievement unlocked. Welcome back. So let's go do that again.
Psst,
We'll
Stanley,
speed ahead to the part
come over here.
In the where I had to stop.
I want to show you something.
Who knows? Maybe I'll say something different because we're going fast.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
It's beautiful.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it? And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now...
Still, what the deal
is
with, like, what's with Persona 3 specifically?
It isn't even the Stanley Parable
It's oddly
anymore.
specific,
It's
especially
just a
considering
husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Hey.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Let me out.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the Memory Zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Okay.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy?
I feel like I've seen that
Stanley?
exact review.
I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black
Next
marks
area.
on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip
almost
ahead
back to
for
where we were.
just
It's
a
only been
moment,
6
surely
minutes.
it couldn't hurt.
Very nice.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Whoa. Okay. I'm just gonna... Oh, I can't shut it. Well, it's a void now.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant... Oh, you're back, you see? You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
Oh boy.
Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
It's like a
wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've got me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation. And I do find myself in this situation frequently.
All right.
I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
I wonder how many times they made him repeat this.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Got a sick rhythm going on.
Manifesto. Treatise.
Put up a good backing track to it.
Treatise, manifesto.
Skip.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you?
Very slightly.
That's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change
this reminds
some of the
me of that one,
to be
was
honest,
it Raphael?
I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I
The
guess
Raphael
I should
Parable.
become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, Surely whoever it is runs Steam will
Whoever it
instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think
Can you
that's
not
quite
edit
likely.
a Steam review?
Or perhaps
I know you can,
they'll
like,
simply
delete
grant
it
this
and
particular
remake it, I
user
think.
the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular
pretty
review
sure Steam
so
can
that it
alter
reads as
reviews.
something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity
What the fuck?
rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable
that buggy
Ultra
audio?
Deluxe? Such
From
a
the-
revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before.
Wow.
If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again.
Oh, no.
It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity
Yeah, that's
rises
so
the
it's
phoenix
bugged.
of quality. How else to
Got it.
describe the Stanley Parable? Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the
the fuck?
button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not
eroded the
unendurable by
door.
any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
You really want
I
to press the
think
button?
the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yeah, the door's
Where
gone.
did the door go?
I've been wondering
Wasn't
that.
there a door that led into this room?
It was right there.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take
Nope.
any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long
I'm
as
not
it can
trapped in
open
here with
and
you, you're
lead
trapped
from
in here
one
with me.
room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I'm bored of waiting.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but
Lost
they're
a few
really,
lights.
truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Yeah.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I
Gotta press
have
it
no
again.
idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
Man,
Those
that's one hell of a
reviews that I
butterfly
couldn't get out of
effect.
my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this?
I don't know.
And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button.
A need
Become
for
frozen in
acceptance.
time,
I'm pretty sure
knowing
that's like
that
a
you're going
basic
to do
human
it,
trait.
and that I'm going to be stuck all alone.
The
and I have
need
the
to
power
be
to
part of a
prevent it all
pack
from
and having
happening.
somebody
If only I'd held my
give that
tongue.
negative feedback is kind of
It's all
a
out of my
rejection
control now.
reflex.
Just you, just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company.
As much
for
as I want to just
companionship.
comedically
Surely
press
you'll
the
not
button.
be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that
I
you
wanna
sit
hear what
with
he
me and
says.
just stay here. Oh, no, no, no. I know you too well.
The temptation
You'll
is
be
so
leaving me.
strong.
Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head.
Well,
I just
there's his
couldn't
loot.
ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem?
I don't know.
Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh, we only have
You're
one light.
back. Oh, my
the plant's
goodness.
dying.
I have someone to talk to again.
Wow, we must have been
Stanley,
here
I think it's been a week.
for...
Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just
Ominous.
how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe
Philosophy.
I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness.
That's
I
scary.
can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall.
There's a lot
You
of
see what I'm
shadows.
saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Oh, the silence. You know, it's button pushing time.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
How much time?
I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you.
Sounds
to begin
fun.
with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
Yeah, fun.
I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
How long did it take
And
for
when
that last light to
feeling
go
had
out?
begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines,
I'm not sure if
and
that's
that
how it
each
works.
of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence.
Torture
I
it
wish
is.
you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
A little passive-aggressive, aren't you? Ah. I guess you're done? Alright. See you in a decade or two. Sounds like we skipped ahead so far that, the narrator died. Sounds like the AC unit's dying. Eventually, the entire room will decay around us, and we shall be free. Free, I say. Looks like that ran out. Clock is busted. AC is completely dead now. You can shut up.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. they had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much. They
How many
said,
years has it
first,
been?
he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being.
Yes.
Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
Yeah,
but where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoan, they scream.
Yep. He's rambling. Oh, the one source of ambient noise in the room. Oh, actually, no, there's a leak. This room's gonna fill with water, and we're just gonna die, aren't we? That's a bad sign. Skip.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end,
sustenance.
end, is never the end,
Water.
is never the end, 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 is never the end.
It looks like the button's light finally ran out. Yeah, we're getting a lot more leakage. It's a little wet over here. Oh no, the light's powered back on. Yep. Oh damn. Looks like shit got real bad at one point. Is there a breeze? Does that mean there's freedom? I don't know what it means. Hey, look, a button. Ah. Daylight. Let me the fuck out of here. Just gotta take this ladder. Set it up. And just climb our way out. Mirror's Edge style. Eh. Hey, look, a button. Oh, nature. So beautiful. It really makes you think. Oh, look, a button. Damn, what happened here? Nuclear apocalypse? Clock's eroded. Nope, there it is. Got buried. I don't like this place. Boop. Get me out of here. Freedom. Freedom or button? It looks like button is completely dead. Alright then. Freedom. The true freedom ending. I wanted to walk on top of it and proclaim that I was king of the world. Well, let's just walk and see where our feet take us, right? Ah, it takes us back here.
All of his co-workers
The end is
were
never
gone.
the end, is never
What
the
could it
end, is
mean?
never the end, is never the
Stanley
end.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's never the end. I wonder, I can't remember. I think there's something for that, but I don't remember how to do it.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The input received stuff.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I'm gonna go do the kill myself ending. We already did the new
When
content
Stanley
ending.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
More than likely, there's some actual new content aside from the that one fast forward segment.
Yet there was not a single person
Because
here
gags.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Sure. I'm gonna do this ending, so yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Downward.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
All right, guys,
Stanley walked
this is a
straight ahead
classic
through
ending.
the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Up and up. Oh, Whee!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content?
Yeah.
Always more content,
More content.
More. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Sweet.
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you.
Just
That's
for
how
me.
special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful.
Who is this?
Used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Okay. Like, who sings that song? I bet it, like, I would bet if I look it up, I could find it, but, I don't know. Let's keep going.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
All right.
Stanley decided to go to
Let's
the meeting
disobey
room.
at
Perhaps
every
he had
turn
simply
and see
missed
if
a
we
memo.
notice anything new. New content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Nope.
doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes, the employee lounge.
Truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Huh. What a rude person. He left this open.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
All right.
All of his
Again.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh. You just have to do that in subsequent playthroughs?
No
Yes.
matter how hard Stanley looked,
Okay,
he couldn't find
we'll
a
do that.
trace of his co-workers.
If there's one thing that I have tonight, it is time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow.
Nice lounge. I'm in a
Yes,
rush.
This room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Rude people.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
That seems interesting.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are
The
you
answer
that
is no.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yes, the blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yes. The blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't
Always.
let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you
More
want
content.
to see? Vehicles?
Yes.
Skill trees?
Oh, yes.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Oh yeah, I forgot. Forgot about this ending. The leaderboard.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'm hovering between a 1 and a 1.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game,
this
the
one.
baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire,
Yeah,
you
the art
fail.
ending.
It's a very
and
meaningful game.
whatever the other
all
ending
about
is
the
here.
desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
It is like legitimately annoying. Bye-bye, baby.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Purely because it
it's
was
the latter,
annoying
well,
as
I don't know
shit.
what to do. I'm
Also, I
completely
don't
out of
feel like
ideas. I
wasting
can't
4
think
hours.
of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done.
Later.
It's over.
Hey.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here?
Raphael Parable?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Are you
Ah,
fucking kidding me?
fascinating. What do you think this game is about,
Are you
Stanley?
fucking kidding
What's
me?
our backstory? What is our motivation?
God
But it
damn
seems
it.
obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you and
God
up high in
damn
your
it.
creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture
how
into the
the
experience
fuck?
of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
How the fuck did this happen? Oh my god. Ugh. What the fuck? What does this say? Who fire watches the fire watchers? Who fire watches the fire watch? Even have the pro tag and his wife with the glass still ripped out. Oh my god. I feel like my eyes are gonna pop out of my head from just seeing this. The sheer whiplash, because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Minecraft. I'm pretty sure originally it was Minecraft. Who knows? Maybe he couldn't get the rights to Minecraft again, so he contacted what people doing Firewatch.
No, it can't be.
Oh my
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Hey!
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that
Into that thing.
That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Another game.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
What are you gonna throw us into this time? Insurmountable walls.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly
look.
do we do here? Let's see.
Ball dispenser.
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
Sports
I think
ball?
it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Where's the ball?
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Yeah. Push. Oh, we're going faster. We're going faster.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Hold on.
Oh,
What are
but
you doing?
well, shit.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
This is new.
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh. Took the long plunge again. Did we end up in the original Gmod Stanley Parable? Come on. Man. This place is as derelict as you would expect, considering it's a, old as balls Gmod game. That takes us back there, so... Ooh, light. That's a good sign, right? Oh. Home sweet home. That's weird. Can't even shut it. Okay, so unfortunately we can't do anything with that. Question is, oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
Very soon.
I can wait.
Okay, I want to try that again, but not falling into the Rocket League pit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So we didn't get an awaiting input one this time.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I want to try that again, but not falling into the pit. So if I can not fall into the pit, maybe we'll get something different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
It's a
lounge
game about
first, just to admire it.
Figuring out the right ways
The lounge was sublime.
to mix up
a
the
work
routes.
of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No,
now
I'm gonna,
listen
I'm
carefully,
gonna break
this
the
is
rules
important. Stanley walked
Hard key.
through the red door.
That's a new door. What if I go back? Oh, nothing. No outside the box thinking here.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices?
Get 4.
Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
I was kind of hoping there'd be something new if you chose a different number, but sadly no.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again,
a little bit.
Honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new
That one
game I've
doesn't
been
even
working
matter.
on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right.
Me,
And
I'm
if
the
he
baby.
reaches the fire,
Put
you
me in the
fail.
fire.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
If it'll
I
speed it
think
up.
the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
Massive
so
baby.
why don't
It's like
you
a
give it 4 hours of play to make
perspective
sure
is
it's
like a
effective? Be sure
big
to keep
monster
notes
baby.
on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Gonna pick up something at random,
Seems like
or
it'll
is it gonna
work.
be Firewatch
Let's give
again?
it a shot.
Still Firewatch.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Oh, the texture
Well,
work on that is
it seems obvious to
so
me that you are meant to play as a
immaculate.
creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
But you don't like open world games.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Oh, take a leak.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off
One
into
thing
that,
I could have had in the world.
thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
Slide sideways through it.
Out of the woods now,
Shimmy.
Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Back to the League of
Wonderful.
Rockets.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Let's like drag it somewhere else. Yeah, bonk. Physics.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley,
It
I
is
have a
mildly
thought.
entertaining.
And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric
Multi-ball?
sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Multi-ball.
Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Oh boy.
More balls.
More balls. Bonk. Let's put these away. So they respawn in the center, don't they?
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
What?
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
He left the pits. Well, let's make Lake Ganon and fall into the pit where it burns.
Hold on. What are you doing?
So he was watching the whole time.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
Back to Gmod. Yeah, I think we're good here.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Huh. Right there. Boop.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not
Right,
the
let's
correct
go for
way to
the
the
red
meeting
door
room, and
stuff.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley
Slowly
for the
wean
first
out our
eager to
possibilities.
get back to business, Stanley took the first open
weed
door
out.
on his left.
Shut.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look,
Gotta wonder
Stanley,
what
I think
Crows
perhaps we've gotten off
will
on
work
the
on
wrong
now that
foot
they've
here.
completed this.
I'm not your enemy.
Stanley
really, I'm
Parable
not.
Ultra Deluxe.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley... Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh boy, which door?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
This is new, I think. Pretty sure this is new. I don't recognize this. What if we back away from it? We hit wall. Yeah, I don't remember this. But
Here.
what do I know?
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
No, I remember this. This line. These lines. Oh.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
Ooh.
Oh no. Stay
Heights.
away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Stay here. I'm bored.
No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
I don't feel like dying yet. I got so much to live for, right? What is this? Drawing.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
You ready?
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I was ready. I was mentally prepared. And then his honeyed words, convincing me to relax for just a little bit longer. That's enough. All right, let's go. All right, let's build up momentum. Do a frontward flip and land with a perfect 10. And flip.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
I think my walking speed is slower now.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Just have to stop moving.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Okay. If I can't see it happen, then it won't happen.
No. No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Whee!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
For a moment.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
My fragile legs.
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Nah, I don't really see it.
No, perhaps not.
we go. All right. Belly flop. Ah, not yet.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
I don't know. What do you think?
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
The slow, methodical walk to the gallows. For poor, poor Stanley. My leg.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
And we're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, let's ride that lift. New content. But only if it was actually new. That's someone new.
When Stanley came to
New
a
hallway.
set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Right, so we ride the lift this time.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, normal route.
Look, Stanley, I
all
think
the normal
perhaps
route.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Damn right.
There's someone you've
always
been
about the
neglecting,
player.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Are you able to make it to that? I think you can make it to that. Well, let's do this ending. Whoa.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another,
Can you
then pick up the
can you
phone.
unplug it? Hello?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
It's an illusion.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Let me go this way.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Look.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
I like the sound of that. Good morning, employee 427. Press X on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He
Yeah.
has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press G.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
That's video games for you.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic
Wasn't there a sound
adventures.
effect to accompany
From behind
that
his desk,
prompt before?
Stanley dreamed of wild
Like a bleep bloop?
expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Please press O to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
Oh yeah,
First,
everything
he
changes
imagined
into
that
your
one
office.
day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press X to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press G to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this
Yep.
fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many
TM.
directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Press B to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be?
Must be.
Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Yep, that's our loop. Press G to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Press F to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
If you do anything, you're
But he
slowly
won't
killing
listen to me.
yourself.
He won't stop.
Because time
Here,
passes.
Watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Seems like we're gonna have to press it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press N to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
And I died. The end is never the end, is never the
All of
end,
his
is never
co-workers
the
were
end, is
gone.
never the end,
What
is
could
never
it
the
mean?
end, is never the end.
Stanley
is never
decided
the
to go
end.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Never the end.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Now,
and
for one
Stanley knew
other
it perfectly
ending.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay. There we go.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
Her?
You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I don't want to talk to her.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope.
What are you
Hope
talking
for
about?
a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
That's a
Music
lie.
comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second.
Oh, I remember this.
Did I just see... No, that's not possible.
He starts to realize that we're not Stanley.
How had I not noticed it sooner?
We're a player.
You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Yeah.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
All right, I'm watching.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a
This
partner
is
and
just
practice
good
saying,
life advice.
"My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Practice.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
All right.
Welcome
learning.
back.
Oh, God.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed
all
on
the
good
visuals
decision-making, we're
are
going to
getting,
revisit a choice you
slushy.
made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
What do we even call it? It's like... Well, it's fine in here, at least. The kitty guardrails.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
Yeah.
We just need to
Well,
get you
one of
home
those.
as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
It's well equipped enough. I don't think we can get on this chair so we can hop over. If only. Oh yeah, we're back in this
Almost
glorious
there.
meeting room.
You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would.
Exactly.
That means choosing responsibly
Exactly.
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yep.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I think it's already too late. It's always been too late. Oh, things are looking pretty hot here.
It's ruined. I can't believe
Everything's
after everything
okay.
we talked about that my story, you've
Hey, look, it's the
destroyed
Red
my
Wall.
work. Why? For what? What did you
laugh.
get out of that? What did
A
you
laugh.
think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my
Some
story is
grapefruit
now
sounds.
incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to
Oh,
shut the
jeez.
game down. I have to.
Wow,
I
it got real
have
broke
to.
over here.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here.
Hi.
Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Yeah, it could be worse. You could be without
who
me.
thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alrighty then.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, they locked the broom closet and blocked
Coming
that
to a
off.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Locked the bathroom. And that. This is different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Clearly.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Develop that grows,
Stanley,
yeah.
this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
The end. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Now, there's one thing I'm
What could
going to
it
do.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Try to do secret thing. We gotta go through normal route for a little bit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might come into
try
a staircase,
going up.
Stanley walked upstairs to his
I
boss's
believe
office.
the next button that we have to press is this one right here. Bam. Input received. And now I believe it should be a different one.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was.
Input
He
4.
hoped very much that it was.
Begin the game again. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Oh, yes. Heaven. I wonder what happens if you are actually able to shut off all the buttons, if it's possible. Oh, nope, they turn back on after a period of time. But, yep. Button heaven. All right,
his co-workers
let's go
were
down the
gone.
staircase.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Also, looking at this, there's something here. Where it's like bucket stuff. See, first get the bucket from the second room of offices and follow the nearest instructions to find a micro. So there's a bucket somewhere that we can pick up. Question is, we're in the second set of offices here. Where is the bucket?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
For all the following, you need to have played through the new content ending to get the bucket in the offices. I played the new content ending. Game, please. Do I have to go through this?
Oh, good.
I think
You
I have to do
noticed my
this.
sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Like, I think I have to, like, get the section with the vent. That's what I think it is. So we'll rush through this. To get our next part. Sadly, we're gonna have to sit through the whole diorama thing again. Or not. No. You can speed things up a bit.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even
new?
further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the
This is
first
different,
time
I think.
ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh. This is completely new. Okay, I was not expecting
you see,
this.
Isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could
The end
go
is never
in
the end
so many
again.
different directions.
Or
This
7.
is what fans have truly been asking for.
Ah, tu, tui, tu, tu. Bleh, dui, doi, zwei, du, dos, tu, tu.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't
Off
you
painting
think?
K.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Just the two of us. We can make it if tried. Just the two of us. Just two of us. Just two of us. Been casting in the sky. Just two of us. You and I. Lyrics. Look at all these crow tops. Meeting at 2 p.m. There's so much too. New content is out. New content, part 2, is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Working section of the chart and cool red section of the chart. Nice. I really wish I could zoom. This is my second cup. Of course, he has 2 accounts on that computer. Who's that supposed to be? Yeah, man, zooming in would be so nice for reading some of those small texts. Let's see. 1, more TSP. 2, better TSP. Win-win. 2, sequential mind share. 1, 2 is above 1 in the podium. Paradigm shift, synergy. Brick and mortar approach. What the hell does that mean? Envelop client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. 1, 2. Stanley Parable 2. 2. TP2 logo ideas. Thanks for attending my meeting. Some good old-fashioned clip art. I don't know why that's funny to me.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at
Taste
some
the
of the
sequel.
features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Look at all those twos. So meeting plan, 9 o'clock scrum. I still don't know what scrum means. 10 o'clock design pitch, 11:30 break. 11:35 pitch design. 12:02 number 2 chat. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Who took the red marker? Me. Who's me? Crab, the ultimate sequel. You know, that sounds perfectly logical. I can't see how that's not correct. Let's see. The prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable. is the prequel to the Stanley Parable, is the sequel to the Stanley Parable. Okay. You are the sequel. Value investors, this is your show floor. New content features. 2. Bus. 2. Ooh.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
New feature, reassurance bucket. New content, part 2. Exclusive, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Does that mean it'll say Matthew or it'll say AdamantSpartan? Because I remember there was a different game that actually said what my computer's name is, which I believe said it to Matthew, so...
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want?
A personal
And of course,
experience.
the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
That's one way to
So
word it.
with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Wonder how many names he put it in, or if it's just going to be a text-to-speech thing. Name, hear yours. Everyone's got one.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say
Okay.
your name, whatever name that is.
Jim.
Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really
It'd
simulate
be great
the
for
full
everybody who plays
experience
it
of
whose
this
name is
feature.
actually Jim.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I am Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in
All
love
according
and
to
being
Jim
heartbroken
Belushi.
as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I will never truly be Jim. The standards have been set way too high. I am only a plebeian Matthew. I am no Jim. But in the exact moment I press the button, I shall become something I shall never be able to be. Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No, don't.
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all
Jim.
sense of
Jim.
who you actually
Jim.
are.
Jim. Jim. Jim.
What am I? What
I
am
suppose
I?
I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
I want to see the bucket. Show me the bucket.
A common complaint
Oh.
of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
Yeah.
That it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
Where's the bucket?
Well, I'm happy to say that
Someone
after
stole the
much
bucket.
consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley
Dramatic.
Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
The bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort,
The
even
laugh.
in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
That's how it
The
works,
benefits
right?
of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Board members, please note that you must use the following terms as often as possible. Synergy. No one but us actually knows what this means. It adds to our prestige. Incentivize. This refers to the metaphorical whip, which provides the incentive. Unpack. Refers to looking for meaning in a big pile of rubbish. Ping. Send a message. Childlike onomatopoeia, which probably makes us sound cute. Deep dive. Discuss in depth. Makes a tedious meeting sound like more of an undersea adventure. Good for motivation. And reach out. We do not call, we do not email, we reach out. No one can complain if we are simply reaching out. Like a friend. Like a lover. Well, guess this bucket is mine now.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
It's just
That
Noam
really
Chomsky.
should be an award if it isn't already.
So what's in here?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy birthday, till birthday, stepniece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Hey, that's not what I chose, you jerk. Fine, fine. What's the worst that you can do?
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh, it's the jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Aw. New and easy achievement. It just works. I can't believe it's that simple. Achievement, you say? This seems like a trap. I'm gonna get abducted if I go in there. Wow. Fuck it. Free achievement, they say. Let's fucking go. Infinite hole. Oh.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yes.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Test achievement. Give it to me.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified.
Oh.
This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
want the achievement. So much for free achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
So about the infinite hole. Hole like infinity. Rim surrounding area, depth infinite.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Yeet.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press G to return to the surface.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
It's not actually
We do
infinite, is
on
it?
the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
It's not infinite, is it?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be
Did somebody say
certain,
terminal velocity?
it's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Nice.
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
One when there's a
I figured
purpose.
the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't say
Why
anything.
don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I'm gonna sit here for a few seconds and just see if he makes another snide comment. Yeah, I think we're good.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't
Significantly.
help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly,
Is the hole
I
rising?
didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Gotcha. Alright, let's go. Oh no, I'm tripping.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
It's a little less than
I
steadily.
suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yeah, all right.
Well, there it is.
Oh.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the
Great.
teleport button not working?
Be stuck.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try
Yeah,
it
that's
again.
coding for you.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You
Hey.
couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
On the whole ending. What was that? Oh. The whole sinking. What is with this overly dramatic music? Press F to change your perspective. So that's what Stanley looks like. Change your perception? What is perception supposed to be here? Change your reality. Filters? Change yourself. This is surreal as fuck. Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating
Oh my God.
that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years
Oh
here
my
in
God.
this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Here we go again. Oh. Nope. Loading. Yep. Oh, cool.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Let's go find some more new features. Ones we haven't done yet. Let's see if we're here. We're here. So that's the entrance. Why did I go back to the hole? Fine. Mostly infinite hole. Fine, it ended. Oh, you jerk. You shut the door. Science. Yes. That's how you make the hole infinite. That's new. Collectibles. Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them,
This
and
is
then
like-
you move the hell on with your unremarkable
It's
life.
fucking creepy as shit. That's very psycho-Nazi in my opinion. Just like,
God, it really
What I
is the
expect in
worst
that
when you
game.
collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
so that's the exit. So I think the only other thing that we can do is this? No. That hole there. Can we get up there? Or is that the exit? Oh, here we go. Stairs. Settings World Champion. What does that mean? Settings? Show content label warnings. What content labels would this game require? Language? I guess that would basically be it. What's this? It's new.
An epilogue would
An
be
epilogue?
fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. So I guess we'll head for the exit. I don't think there's anything else here. So exit. Anything else that looks interesting? Jump circle, got it. This map, free achievement, like you could get it. Button that says the name of the game, player playing the game, got it. Merch. I don't think we could even do anything with that. World settings world champion, I don't know. B squared. Stanley Parable bucket, got it. Office decorations. Oh, we already got that. That was the balloons. Epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole. Okay, yeah. Exit sounds nice. It is time.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah.
Ready to move on now?
Yeah. Ooh, fancy. I like it.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm
Here
ready.
it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
I dig it.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
Walking in the first
I can
person
take
view.
the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Full
Would it
circle.
possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. I dig it. It's pretty neat. Begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'm guessing it's the same.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building
We've got a
where
bunch
he
of
was
balloons.
employee number 427.
Now they're scattered around
Employee
everywhere.
number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Or it would be.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid,
Waiting input.
Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But
Until
as he
I
came
didn't.
to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Everyone
memo.
is sick. Now, the bucket should be in here. This is new. It's the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes. Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
the only solace I have. The bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
This is
Perhaps
truly
his
the
boss's
Stanley
office
Parable too.
was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley,
This is what
I
took
never
6
liked
years
this
of
broom
development.
closet for a variety of reasons.
Or however
Even
long it
this
took
is
for this
worse
game
than
to
I
actually
had imagined.
come the hell out.
And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Okay. So I looked up like different routes and stuff, and my god, there is so many fucking
Okay,
extra stuff
I've
for the
got you
bucket.
something which
Specifically
I think
the
will help
bucket.
settle this debate once
This
and
is
for
amazing.
all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Property
All
of
right,
Stanley.
I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel
Sticker
that
of a
it
bucket.
works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Anything else?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Started walking away. This is a story about Stanley and his bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We go to the bathroom.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
Yay.
no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I'm gonna
You
be
can't
collecting
buy
all of
that
them.
sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Oh, these change. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. I can't do elevator with bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Did somebody say 3?
Stanley just... The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
2845.
8, 8, 8, 8.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Okie dokie then.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay. So now, down.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
All the effort was adding lines for the bucket. That's what took all those years of delays. The
Wait,
bucket.
Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Press the number 3, you said.
This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
3, 3, 3, 3. Down we go.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
The bucket said nothing. What if I press 3 repeatedly?
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
I have an idea. The number 3.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
So the bucket just gives you alternate of all the endings to stage 3, 3, 3, 3. 4, 2, 7.
This
3.
was it. One last chance
3
to
again,
win the
3
bucket
again.
over.
The Stanley story.
One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
3 stars.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
Bucket, no.
They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
All right. Another ending.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Also, I think there's one for...
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over
You have her
him.
stuff still on it.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
There we go. And... yeah, there we go.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception.
The music.
This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the
You're a
bucket furrowed
bucket.
its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back
What
then
is this, a
and
D&D
could not
campaign?
conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
It is fucking D&D campaign.
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
The bucket is dead.
We would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Rip bucket. Hello.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Let's go look at this one other ending, and then we'll see if there's anything for the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, here it is. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lives. Who are you? 666 lol. There will be cleaning of this required. I want to go home. I want them so much. Stop kidding yourselves. Warehouse access plan. This is new. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more plans. Or planks. Let's see. Large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point in this. Places to search. Lol, looks like 427. 5. He dare be, just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Yeah. Trust the completionist instinct. 10 steps to a successful workplace investigation. 1. Decide whether to investigate. 2. If necessary, take immediate action. 3. Choose an investigator. 4. Plan the investigation. 5. Conduct interviews. 6. Gather documents, clues, evidence. 7. Evaluate documents, clues, evidence. 8. Take action. 9. Document. 10. Print list. Figuring Binders Committee. Collecting is sexy. Beware the false prophets. Someone actually spilled coffee. How can we find them? Yeah, this is more important than, like, the crap that they were working on before. Well, we know, small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize the resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. Agenda. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Yeah, that last one is actually a really good question. Biglies are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? Thank you. Good luck with... Yeah. I'll read that in a second. Okay. Bottom text. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. Language, man. Language. Source of levitation. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic. A microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? And this. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Yeah, I feel that. So let's see. Weird spinning figurines ideas. So, like, what do they want? Our data, stock options, and money. Should we make them employees? Maybe? Interns. Yes. Why do they look like 427? Why floating? Magic. Our quarterly success? Magnets. Training exercise by management? Dreams. And how many are there? Negative 151. 6. 7. 5. Can we sell them? Obviously. More money if sold together. So, employee 421 building a bridge. Saw one in cargo room. NDA. Or do we need context from? NDA, potential liability. And what we know, what we forget, what we don't know yet, and... What? Alright. Let's go down.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ooh. Hey!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? none of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
Probably.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife
They have no
and
wife.
my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Then you open your eyes. Hey.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella.
Mariella
That's
woke
who
up
it
on a
was.
day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
Normal.
I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Nice. Okay, let's try to get the other two Stanlarines or whatever, how you pronounce
Someone
them.
was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them.
No bucket.
It was only a matter of time.
Alright, so let's go this way.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Looking
And here
good,
it
lounge.
was, the lounge.
See ya.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
There should be wooden
Stanley
plank
was so
bridge.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
Yes.
fired years ago.
Physics, though. Physics.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Are you sure about that?
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
You know,
You
you have a
can't go
point
back
there.
to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
Man, that's like existential crisis shit. Can we get back? Oh. This is new.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten
Well,
path that it seemed the office
we
had
found a
begun.
new thing.
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
Holy shit.
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path
We
that
found
it
the
seemed the
narrator.
office had begun. So far off the beaten path that
Well.
it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
Didn't expect
far off
this.
the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All
be
the
fucking
back
great.
and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording?
I mean,
It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling.
I mean,
it
when
must
it's
be
good.
so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
nice little secret.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
We got one more Stanlarine. And I know how to get it. So let's go get it.
When Stanley came to a set
Meow.
of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
Okay. I was going to stand around to see if he said anything, but that's what
But
happens.
eager to get back to business,
It was
Stanley
okay.
took the first open door on his left.
Alright, let's do the red and blue door section. So we gotta...
Stanley was
Leap
so
of faith.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump from the cargo while it's in motion. Will cause death.
Look,
But
Stanley,
what
I think
if I
perhaps we've
jump
gotten
far
off
enough?
on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Whee!
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Oh, here it is.
Look, let me prove it.
Let
me
him stop
prove that
talking
I'm
and
on
then
your
collect it.
side. Give me a chance. And there it is. The last Stiggly
Stiggly
Wiggly.
Wiggly.
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
I feel
this
so
is doing
accomplished.
something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
You know,
I would
it
tell
is.
you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
I feel accomplished. Man, they gotta check this thing for the mold.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
How about no? Oh, the sequel is now paused. So the Stanley Parable 2 is now... Oh, that thing is gone now. Oh well, we saw the thingy.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Oh my. This game is just a work of fucking art. There's no other way to describe it. That's new.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
What is that? What? Well, counter's dead. Oh my god, we're getting...
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
8 out of 6.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was the boss's office, but what if I go this way?
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
9 out of 6. Perfect score. The fuck?
Let's see, what came next?
This is a new
we
one.
found a figly in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I think your memory's getting fucked up. 10 out of 6.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
A video?
Enjoy.
It's a fucking 2008 YouTube video. Made in freaking Windows Movie Maker. Oh god. That's unusually nostalgic. Best boy.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
I was gonna try to eat myself off the edge, but 11 out of 6. And our final one. This way. Ah, yes.
And then, Stanley,
here.
then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
Yeah, it's sometimes
Who
how that
can
works.
truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Well, out of 6. How does it work? Counters. You are in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left
Fucking
to do but
Spaceballs
move
moment.
onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop
Okay.
the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines?
Look at
Let's
those.
just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay, that's fucking that's amazing. I was expecting the loading screen fake out. Haven't done that one yet. Well, let's collect everything in reverse. Let's go. Let's fucking do it.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
We're getting 18 out of 6. Let's go. Are things just gonna break down as we keep going? I feel like that's what's gonna happen.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah.
Yes, I love that video.
I liked it too. And then, yeah.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good
Yeah.
room, though. A solid room.
Probably because I got the thing wrong, but whatever.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Yoink. Aw. I would have been able to get 19 out of 16. Out of 6. Not 16. 6.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Good question. Okay. Collectibles area, but only the collectibles area. Weird. Oh, we ended up in the new content area with
it's the
jumper.
terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
Let's keep going back to the past.
Oh, yes, the two
The first
dwarfs.
choice.
Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
But at least to the same place. And back to the very
And
beginning where it all
before everything
began.
else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Where do we go?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
What the fuck is up with this narrator
perhaps
lore?
that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Ominous.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
One last
decided to go
run.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
I
Was
think
this
so.
better than the meeting room?
I think
Yes,
so.
Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Sounds boring.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I'm gonna try going down here and see if there's anything here. Actually, better idea.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
How about another run of the office?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Alright, let's actually go on the lift this time.
Stanley clutched the
Actually,
bucket
no.
tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
You're recording.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back
Oh yeah, we
to
never
the
did the
meeting room.
escape route, did we?
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay,
Stanley
Bucket.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes, Bucket.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Yes, Bucket.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Alright.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley, it's me, a Bucket. Press X to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't
Oh, the
literally
fucking
talk and
chair,
give
you
orders.
son of a bitch.
Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press K to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Hey, my friend. Press G to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk.
You can't tell
All
me
it
what
would
to
ever
love.
truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press P for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was
Music.
me he took
Ominous.
orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press Y to ignore anyone in your life, except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press Y to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press P to relive the same day with me. Over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press J to go home. Press J to go home, to work. To work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Oh, baby.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it.
Close your eyes. Go back to work, Stanley. Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with
that
the
was
bucket around.
Got some existential
Stanley
shit.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This
Okay,
was
let's
not
keep
the
trying to
correct way
break
the meeting room,
break things.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Let's
telling him that
shatter the world.
employee lounge
I want to
was
shatter the
simply
world with the
place
bucket.
to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go
I have
back
free
to
will.
the meeting room.
No,
And a bucket.
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley
We'll just
chose not to
eliminate
think about this obvious
this
fact.
route.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley
make
once
our
again
incorrect
obeyed
choice.
blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
A video for comedy? Hell yeah. Show me what you got.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Let's go.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Yeah.
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy.
That dude's face is
Finally,
great.
it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
The fuck was that subliminal message there for a second?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no
Actually-
matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay. You put the railing up. Why is the railing here? Insult to my intelligence much?
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Okay. So is everything not going to be broken in this? I guess I'll find out in a second, won't we? Wait a minute, what happened to the other bucket sticker?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're
Whoa.
back at the phone already?
Huh.
No. What's going
That's
on? There was
odd.
supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
You're not wrong,
There was
narrator.
supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit, which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. Joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What
No.
an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
You mean the right?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
It's just a
Here we
different
go.
take on the
You ready?
broken...
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yeah, it's just a new take on the whole broken phone thing. every single
What?
time.
We're back at the phone already? No, no, no.
Alright.
Here we go.
Left.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No, 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 no. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
The bucket glitch ending.
Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
Yes, that is what it is, of course.
Comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Give me a second. Just checking something real quick. Okay, let's do another one.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Actually, I have an idea.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
And now...
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Now we are safe. Me and the bucket.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed. Then...
Okay, I'm not seeing anything with the bucket here.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Alright. Let's get them cardboard boxes. Bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Let's go back to that meeting room.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Actually, there's a little extra thing over
This
here.
was not the correct way to the meeting
And then
room,
all the stuff on the
but
left
Stanley
is
had felt the bucket
all that remains,
calling
I
to
think.
him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Alright, let's hop off and...
No, said the bucket.
see the thingy.
Don't go to the
Over
meeting
here.
room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah. Good,
said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop.
Hey.
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
That's rude.
Stanley,
What?
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
Did you dare take it
This
from me?
misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Okay, it's a game show. Let's go.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll
Is
tell me whether or
this
not the thing
a
I'm showing you is a
bucket?
bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
It's not a bucket, it's a pail.
Correct. It is a hologram
What?
of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No, that's a pail.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
It's a pail, not a bucket.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
I mean, it could hold liquids inside of it. I say that counts as a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, hold some water.
Correct. This is a bucket.
What? Where's the explanation?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
That is not a bucket, that is a pail.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Oh my... Where's
Item-
the consistency?
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Don't you dare take my bucket. Looks like a bucket to me.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing?
A bucket
Answer me
is nothing
straight,
and
Stanley.
everything.
Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
What is the definition of a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game
No,
entirely.
no, no,
Okay, here we go.
no, no.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything
Why
was
did
a
everything
bucket.
disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Yay.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
It's true.
Tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yay!
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
That was fantastic.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others.
Bucket.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Yeah, that's a lot of filing stuff. The end is never the end. The end is never the end.
Stanley
All right.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Left.
and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
The meeting room.
Stanley
itself.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Now that we have the stickers, what happens if we go in the broom closet?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
I want the stickers. Alright, can we have
Coming
existential
to a
crisis?
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to
With
the
the bucket?
boss's office.
Insanity bucket?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to
Okay.
himself,
Seems like we're
maybe
just getting
I
the
am
same crazy ending.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket,
Here we
perhaps.
go.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
My bucket.
Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Can't sit still. I need the
Could
bucket.
it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh my god.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
A man in his bucket.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose,
got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Yes, the bucket.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Her life does kick ass if she could backflip all the way to work. Okay, I want to find the adventure line. It's been a long time since I've experienced that,
Stanley.
and I want to do the adventure line.
If he checked over his shoulder
So,
now,
Bucket,
he would
you can
surely
stay-
catch them.
stay
It was
put for
only a
now.
matter of time.
The adventure awaits. And I think we have to try to escape, don't we?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Nope.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Escape. 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 I need to get out. I can feel my sanity being sapped. I need to get out of
Stanley
here!
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope, still on board with death?
Yes, I am. Long hallway.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I realize it's a long way, but I want to see if he says something. Rare dialogue, if he says anything. He does not. We keep walking then. I don't care if there's one more option, one more thing where he says something to turn around. We escape or we die. Only 2 options.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yep. fine.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
How do you do the adventure
he
line?
reflected that his life had been
Man.
of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley
it's
can't
the
see
middle
the
area?
bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
See ya. See you in a second.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Forgot about
In
this.
a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
Yeah, basically.
What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can
Oh,
walk
yeah,
has
this
been
ending.
created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
The two doors. First concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. An exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Button sounds. Bleep bloops. Based on the work of the Stanley Parable 2013 team. So these are like all new credits for Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, modified from the 2013 original release. Boss's office. Screens from the development of the boss's office. That. Yeah, sounds about right. What's over here? Narration outtakes.
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you? When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever.
Underground. An early version of the underground portion of the game. Escape. I guess the escape was too blunt, being built into the environment. So they just had a bloody written sign. Freedom ending. This is the very first incarnation of freedom ending in the game's alpha. Countdown desk. Let's see. For a time, the elevator in the monorail could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. You abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the two endings together instead. Unity as existed in the beta. Modern room elevator. For a time, the elevator could go up or down with freedom above and countdown below. Okay. Early version of countdown room. Zending. Screenshot depicts the early version known as Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Zending model. Went through many iterations, this one was in the fourth version of the ending and thought it complete. Which one is Zending? Zending levers. Player would pull a lever in order to describe what color they had pulled. Escape menu. For a time, we only had an ending that only ended when the player started from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Boom. Trailers. We ran 4 major trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and a voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Neat. Apartment timer. In the previous version of the choice when you do the apartment ending, the timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone lead to a different ending. I see. Cargo lift, second version is functioning the same as ones in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Cargo lift. Always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. The best ending. I am lost. Narrator emails. After the second trailer, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. Well, we had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials. We never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Well, the game featured capybaras. Dear narrator, how do you stay in shape? Sincerely, Michael the Rock Martin. Those go by too slowly for me to stick around. Game design mock-up. This is a level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design a full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mock-up is still the same. Although, this is like destroyed a completely dead lab, whereas now it's just surreal. Everybody's now missing. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. First was created November 11th, one was November 2011, one was March 2012, third February 2013. Okay. I know somewhere there's like a legitimate exit to this place. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up fighting on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it, it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Alien base, awesome. I would have liked to see exactly what they're going to do with that. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcements and the game's delay. So they announced it. They announced it, well, closer to 3 years ago at this point, but still. So how do we escape here? Isn't there a legitimate exit that we use to get out? Well, the door's gone. Yeah, I don't think there's an actual exit. So I think we're just going to have to exit the game. Yeah. Is there like a list for this ending? Let's see. There might be something special here, but I don't know. This thing lists like the regular endings, I think. Original endings. There's Kaboom, Safe and Sound, Out of Bounds. Button Heaven. I like how this one's missing the diorama ending. This was in the original Stanley Parable. Alright. Begin game again. Hello?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Alright, let's... The one other thing that I have not tried yet...
When Stanley came to
go
a
this
set
way?
of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
What a
It was
cool
okay.
employee lounge.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Because we have not gone through here yet.
And so
Yes,
he
here it
detoured
is.
through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Nope. We're going on an adventure.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Can't go back. Can't go further down.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
You'll find it. I'm sure you'll find it.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes.
Back
I've
the
got
way
it
we
now.
came.
This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
This isn't
Quick,
even the
Stanley,
same
close your
room
eyes.
from,
Okay. We just have to get back to...
Yeah, like, the
oh,
other one had some
who
more
am I
spacing in
kidding?
it, didn't it?
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense,
So they
we'll
didn't
just
remake this
restart
one
the game from the beginning.
section.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
What happened? I crashed it. Yeah, I crashed the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I did it! Yay! Okay, so, there we go. Play. Yeah. Game didn't really like that very much. I was too good. Let's enter in the correct time again. It is 12:48 a.m. Pretty late. 12:48 a.m. Your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy saying the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 12:48 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 12:48 a.m.? Oh, it's accurate. You know, I can just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish you had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple of new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Oh. Well, play. Developed by Crows. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. I mean, I prefer it to be decently bright, so I'm just going to leave it like that. Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. Friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. That is technically correct. The best kind of correct. That is, and there's a 9. This is also technically correct, but you adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Wow. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Akibonical and scrumtush. Oh, that's scrumtush, yes. Please don't adjust the slider. You know what? I like you. I'm not going to adjust it. Do you know what time it is right now? I do. Is it the time that is right now? The correct time? Yes. What time? What is time anyway? A very complicated question. Time is yes. Is there anything about yourself they haven't told me? I mean, there's plenty of things I haven't told a lot of people. As it is with everybody. Help. How may I be of assistance? Will you come back to visit me? Probably. He asked. Let's go back and visit him. Damn, window not popping up naturally for me. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job's over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. Neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. Depends on the game. You like being alone, don't you? Actually, yeah, kinda. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we have to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. We've unlocked the epilogue. Okay, we have to watch it. Epilogue. Many, many years later. We ended up in the desert again. Where did we get the wood for this fire? We're in the middle of a desert. gotta keep pushing forward. So loud. Okay, I gotta turn the audio down now. Should be a lot better for me and probably people listening. Should have turned it down a long time ago, but I didn't. But I guess that's what happens. It's the memory house. With the generator hooked up. And it's running too. The Stanley in loving memory, the Stanley Parable 2. Yeah, this place is a mess. Whatever happened to it? Cookie Nine's vlog. Uncompromising gaming content. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get uninspired side quests collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... the mammal times cat dog born. So, guess Cookie 9 was disappointed by it. The Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. Jim. Let's see. Real Web. By Snip Sweeney. When the Stanley Parable launched into massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but as a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is not just what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought we had a vision for the entire series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Aggregate review scores in video game history, second. All the Jim buttons. Our only source of light is Jim. Thank you, Jim. Collectibles. Yeah, 26 out of 6. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change a number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. Part 5. Part 5. Gun. Stanley Parable 3, Part 5. Gun. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick new subtitles. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again, and again, and again, with a new title screen. That's just normal AAA game development. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it! Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing the narrator never found any way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. All right there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself. Forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. It is currently 1:03 a.m. Confirm. Please adjust the slider. Yep. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Absolutely fantastic.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Fuck it.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Can you bring the bucket to the new content? I mean, the achievement machine is fixed.
New content? What does that mean, new content?
I have the new content. It is right here in my hands. Oh, they're taking us through it again.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
God.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait,
Oh,
Stanley.
I think we have
I've
to
just
go
now
through this
realized
section and
that
then
bucket you're holding.
again.
It's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel.
Oh,
How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
oh boy, breaking the timeline with the bucket.
Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel?
Uh,
I don't remember doing that at all.
uh,
You're seeing things all out of order. All right. All right, let's see it.
we have no jumps remaining.
The jump circle? The infinite hole, the giant door, did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be?
Honestly-
Have I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
He's self-aware. Thank you for enjoying the
Wait,
content.
if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win!
4
I made a
years
sequel to the
since-
Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
4
Thank
years
you for
of,
taking the bucket
from when they
everywhere with you.
made that
Clinging
trailer.
tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
Let's grab our bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
So now we go through here. Return to the Stanley Parable 2 Expo Hall. Ooh.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Alright. Let's go get our achievement.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly
achievement
re-release
machine
with a
fixed.
few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely
They're back.
new
2
experience,
doors, the
built from
Stanley
the
Parable
ground up.
2.
Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Achievement, 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 achievement,
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
achievement. Have I looked through here? Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. New features, new content, new ideas. The new updated ray traced more of the same, but in a good way. The sequel to the red is the new orange. A whole new office. The baby is all grown up. Bankruptcy is the fire. You know, that's kind of real. Alright, free achievement. I'm guessing he's going to comment about how it works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Yoink. Achievement unlocked. Test
As you
achievement.
can
Please
see,
ignore.
the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
We now have a third...
Oh, God.
We now have a fourth entity, actually.
Composure? Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Well, for technically 5. So we have Stanley, the player, the narrator, the female narrator from the diorama ending who saves you, and the guy from the...
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The guy from the title screen. The date setter. I don't know what you'd call him. But yeah. Begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Now,
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
how did you do the adventure line? Man, I can't remember. I cannot remember. The Stanley Parable adventure line. Let's see. Throughout the office and the confusion ending. Let's see, confusion ending. Going through the right door, entering the maintenance room, but going down the elevator within that room instead of continuing forward. Huh. Oh, I see. I'm just missing it. I'm being dumb.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
We have to
and
do
Stanley
this.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just
I
to
honestly,
admire it.
oh no wait, I remember now.
Yes,
The
truly
game
a room worth
crashed.
admiring. But eager to
That's
get
what
back to
happened. The
business,
game crashed.
Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the
And then I
maintenance
wanted to
section,
see all the other
walked
stuff.
straight ahead to the opposite door and got back on track.
Hopefully it doesn't crash this time. We can do the adventure line. Trademark.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
You'll get it. As long as the game doesn't crash
Now,
again.
let's see, we went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track,
We'll see.
Okay, from the top.
Hopefully we don't crash. Yay! Okay, we that's progress. That is
All of
progress.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
No bucket
Perhaps
in
he
this
had simply
ending.
missed a memo.
Or new content.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere, or...
It's all you, man.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Adventure awaits. Do they all lead to the same area? These two lead somewhere different. Let's go this way. Oh, great. We've ended up in the back rooms. Yeah, that's usually what happens. Welcome to liminal space.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, this is
Okay,
even worse.
It's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Well, there's nowhere to go here, so...
Aha!
Nope.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
And now we're in someplace completely different.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no.
Door's
I
gone.
don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right.
Yes!
I've got a solution.
The
This
adventure
time, to
line.
make sure we don't get lost, I've employed
Stanley
help
Parable
of
3
the
adventure line.
Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Yeah. Simple enough.
No, no, I'm done. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
The normal route has failed. We leave it to the line.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Okay.
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
Yeah.
Not sure where I was going with all that.
I don't really get it either.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yes. All the yes. I love this really weird, what, space warpy shit.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Got it.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Understood.
You won't want to miss anything.
Zigzag.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Well, this place is still bored.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
I don't think I've ever heard that bit of dialogue. I also want to try going back into our room. Also, chair. Nope, chair. Can't shut the door on ourselves. Nice.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted
After
you. Everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
The Stanley Parable Adventure line. So it doesn't have the subtitle to it anymore. Or
you know what,
number.
Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh,
sounds good to me.
This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Yeah.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley.
Yeah, and some
I'm
weird
ready for it.
school adventure with demons and shit. And you like recruit them and fight with them. It's like an old game. And you played out of spite.
Not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's trademark. Yeah, this thing is really just going wacky. Just launch itself off into distance.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
I don't know, maybe.
And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold on, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
I think that's new.
The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we?
So is the confusion just going to keep going now?
Well, in the meantime, if you...
Ah, my ear. That like surprised me. What the fuck? It's too late for this shit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm going to look it up real quick to see if there's something with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe ending. Let's see. Others restart despite what stay on the board. Gameplay's over and returns to normal. Okie dokie. Let's see, the ending. Abuse for many times, accomplished nothing. Okay. So the ending one is the one where we kill ourselves. The coward ending. Oh, that's the one where you just stay in your room. Serious ending? If you attempt to enable server cheats in the game in order to mess with the game and explore unknown parts of the office. So we can't really do that here since we don't have cheats. Since I don't think this is in one that allows easy cheats. Because before I believe it had it was still technically source, so you could do the source stuff. But I think this is Unity. Because I got a Unity error of some kind. Oh, either way. We now have our bucket.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
We might as well just do the different
Stanley
things with the bucket
clutched
here.
The bucket tightly to his
Might as well
chest
just go
and
super
entered
deep
the
into
door
the
on his
night.
left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt
And
the
so,
bucket calling to him.
we're gonna do
telling him
bucket
that
confusion
the
ending.
employee lounge was simply the place to be.
And see if there's
And there
anything
it
special.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Because I think each route has some kind of unique dialogue for
good
the bucket, it
Stanley,
seems.
I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh. Oh no. The line's already here.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
It's
We've
an
come together
intervention.
here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
You have to
could
give
make
me
the
one.
Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes,
Give me it.
Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Ah, yes, the broom closet. But we finally get another Adventure Line. Yay!
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where
Trademark.
it'll go off to
Trademark.
next? Oh, and it played some silly
Trademark.
music as well.
Yes! This is the best.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original
Whoa.
dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back
Oh,
then.
that one.
Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I don't like where this is going.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I don't like this.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
No.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Where's the shutdown button?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No.
I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about?
The bucket.
Broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
No.
Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry.
Fans want the bucket.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Wow. That was it, huh?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
All right, I believe we have escape with the bucket and freedom with bucket.
The bucket
Well, I could also do bomb with bucket.
And entered the door on his left.
We never did the attempt to break out from the cycle ending
Stanley needed
by
the
destroying the
bucket's
mind
warmth and
control
comfort
thing.
now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Because the boss knows what the boss says goes, that the boss suffered losses, and that's what the bosses chose. That felt painful to say.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The most logical.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
The bucket wants me to escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it,
The truth was that at the end of this haul, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Protect me, bucket. So let's see what happens. Will the lady narrator give us
As the machine whirred into
the
motion,
bucket as well?
Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise.
And the bucket?
Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Yep.
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
No! However, Stanley's life his doesn't matter.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one
Bucket?
stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? All for a bucket. The exhibit is new.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
Oh my God.
Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
No, you're not on my side either. I thought we had a friend at one point. The bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Understandable. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from seeing this many buckets at once. I'm pretty sure there's at least 25 in this image. But I don't know. I'm no math I spy whiz. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died. Yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. The stress bucket analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals the size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation again. Stress equals level 1 in the bucket. Presented without commentary. Okay. Interesting. Give me a second. There we go. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitability, is for our own good. Dive, dive, dive! Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game.
Oh
Don't
my
give
God.
him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Oh look, the game restarted.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Look, a bucket.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
That was escape
and
ending.
entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We only have a little bit more to try.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
I can't remember what the thing was for
This is certainly the
making it
most
so it
logical
automatically opens
explanation.
each time. Is it like, I think it's like when you do it, you keep guessing it wrong over and over again. And eventually he just gives up and says, just go. Right, with the bucket. I'm not sure if he does that. Also, I'm pretty sure there's a secret ending if we
Stanley
go
and the bucket walked
down.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
By down.
Facility.
Yeah!
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
That's not how metal buckets work.
Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone
There we go.
by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets.
Not really.
And the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply.
Oh
Stanley
god,
wasn't
we're
using
going
it
into
like
existential crisis
The
mode.
bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
It's the secret waypoint
Stanley
ending
decided to go
again.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, bucket.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker.
Stanley clutched the bucket
There's one
tightly
more
to his
thing.
chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
There is a
But
thing for
Stanley
this.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that
We're
the
gonna do this.
employee lounge was simply
We
the
have no
place to
choice in the
be.
matter.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
To the vent.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
It's not playing. This is different.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Monetize it?
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get...
Oh no.
What's that? Who's there?
Man, I'm too tired for this shit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay,
Stanley
so
decided to go to the meeting room.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all?
got a couple new other endings.
No, surely not.
Gonna do it.
Stanley clutched the bucket
gonna
tightly
do
to his
it.
chest. and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
I don't know if I
needed the
missed
bucket's
anything.
warmth and comfort now
I
more
think I
than
hit
ever.
most
Perhaps his boss's office
most
was where
things.
he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Pretty much
office.
all the effort went into making sure the bucket lines did not get mixed up, I'm sure.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire
Yeah, there we
if
go.
not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
So I guess with the
Was
bucket
the
he doesn't
bucket
play
guiding
the
him? Yes.
the other
This
stuff.
is certainly the most logical explanation.
Got it. I think. But anyway, we have to delve deeper into the mind control facility now and try to destroy everything.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
Actually, not destroy
Mind
everything. We
Control
try to take it over, I
Facility.
think. I don't feel like going back to do the normal one. The normal
lights
version of it.
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Boop.
The monitors jumped to life, and
Yeah.
Stanley nearly dropped
I
the
see
bucket
no
in
better way
shock.
to round this off than with
Everyone
the
in the
Freedom
office was
Bucket
being
ending.
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Or bucket.
For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah. Take down the system. By putting it under our
When at
control.
last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Boop.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror.
No, the bucket.
Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal
Weird-ass
genius
beat.
in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
That was definitely an ending. Not what I was expecting at all.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes?
All right, bucket.
Days? As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere.
We shall
This
end
adventure, he
this
decided, was for all of them.
by
Stanley
moving out
clutched
and
the
living a
bucket
happy
tightly to
life
his
together.
chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
Thanks to everybody in the Ethnic
Stanley
chat
needed
for
the
sticking
bucket's
around.
warmth and comfort now more
You guys
than
are the
ever.
true heroes.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Fun journey we had together.
Stepping into his manager's office,
Hey, Laylee,
Stanley
how's it
was
going?
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human. But Stanley guessed
Somebody
the
was
correct
actually
code
here.
by sheer luck.
Surprising.
Was
Usually
it
when
the
I talk
bucket
to
in
empty
the
chat,
hall?
I don't get any
Was
response
the
back.
bucket guiding
You know,
him?
speaking into the void and all that.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
How's your morning going? It being 2:02 for me.
Stanley and the
I am
bucket walked
very
straight
ready to
ahead
go to
through
bed.
the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The
Except with
lights
COVID, this is a
rose
game that
on an
wishlisted,
enormous
so you're
room
glad to see
packed
how it's
with
still streaming.
television screens.
This
What
game
horrible secret did
is
this
definitely
place
something
hold?
that you should
Stanley and the bucket both
that you should
wondered to
experience. It
themselves.
is a journey, especially if you haven't looked at all the new stuff. I basically went through all the
The monitors
normal
jumped to
stuff
life,
and all the new
Stanley
stuff.
nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone
If you know what
in
you're
the
doing,
office
it
was being
takes like what?
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
I guess this would be around
The
6
bucket
hours.
had never seen anything
everything?
like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Got the original and played it back in the day. I have the 5-year achievement for the original Stanley Parable. The one where you don't play
Was
it for
the
5
bucket
years.
under the mind control facility's influence
That was
as
that was
well?
an interesting
Had
achievement
the bucket
to
been told to do things
get.
it didn't wish to do? What
And now
kind
there's a
of
super
things
go
does a
outside
bucket want
achievement
to
so you
do
don't play
or not
Stanley
want to
Parable
do
for
in the
10
first
years.
place? These questions raised furious.
And I will earn that achievement legitimately.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never!
Yeah.
He squeezed the bucket tighter.
Freedom ending, and
His
then I
one
could
friend
finally
in
go
the
to bed.
entire world. At this point,
But
he could
I hope you
trust
feel
no
better,
one
Laylee.
Except for the bucket.
Usual stuff, drink plenty of water and take like cold medicine stuff to ease
But
some of the
here was the
symptoms a little
proof.
bit.
The heart of the
The nasal
operation.
stuff.
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all
Like
of it
Tylenol.
monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold
Or acetaminophen,
reality
or whatever
of
it's
his
called.
past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would
Freedom!
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted
You
to
don't have
sneeze in
legs.
every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
That's
True,
basically
it was a
just
simple
Tenet.
life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait.
What?
What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No,
This is not what I wanted.
Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Saddest ending. The bucket can only live a happy life within the confines of the office building. But that is Stanley Parable 3, Part 5 Gun. Alright. So, yeah, that's it for this. And now I get to play a different series of games that I have vowed to begin and just play through till completion out of spite for one of my friends who says I will never complete the series. So probably tomorrow I'll start playing Shin Megami Tensei 1. Till then, have a good night.